Hello everyone. Welcome back to another Grease Monkey stream. I missed this Tuesday, but this Thursday I'm back. We're here to make a thing. My goal is always to do it in 2 hours, but it always is 4. Let's see if we can make it 2 hours today. Probably not, but we'll see. I do these streams Tuesdays and Thursdays. We go through the whole artwork. I try to do it in one sitting. I like to have something at the end of it and stuff. So hopefully hopefully you're here and you enjoy it. I used Blender, the 3D software, to do this artwork, and I actually forgot to say on my Discord that I am streaming. Let's see, streaming now. A copy paste. Copy paste. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Week has been good. Been working. Bought some books. Bought some art books at Barnes and Noble. Been having a good week. So hopefully everybody out there is having a good one as well. I'm gonna open a Diet Coke here, and then we're gonna get started on some stuff that I possibly want to do here. Anyway, so if you've seen any of these live streams before, I've been making some the last one I made was a looping one, and I wanted to use the same character looping. The one before, they were running, which I thought was pretty cool. Can I just open it here? Let's see. Final run. Oh yeah, red. Here it is. This ended up turning out really good. Look at that. Some gorgeous colors there. There's some running. Some Suzanne in the background. We got some gradients. It's all looking mighty fine. Loop things. It looks like it's not like a terribly, not terribly loop, but like an obvious loop. This turned out really well. I'm pretty happy with this one. So, neat stuff. Check that out if you haven't seen it. But now we have one here. Let's get set up here. What I want to do is I have this character who is flying through the air, or maybe falling. Maybe we're gonna decide that as we go. So that's basically what we have going on here. You can see that she's kind of floating over the ground. Oh, you can't see it. I thought you would see it. Interesting. Why can't I see the floor? Usually you can see a floor here. I feel like there's a glitch going on, because it's usually you can see it. Oh well, it's fine. Doesn't matter. Oh, it's because the grid's really small. That's what it is. Like if I made a new cube, where's my cube? Here's my cube. And where's my little character? Oh, she's super small. That's what's happening here. So let's go back out and make her a decent size. We're gonna do it right here. Alright, let's keep making her the correct size. There we go. There we go. She's about 1 cube sized, which is pretty good. What's weird is like this weird, like is it because there's no light? Is that what's happening? It's interesting. Yeah, so I have like this weird glitch where, yeah, the character is just dark. In textured view it works fine, but like if I have like a matte cap, even like a matte cap doesn't work. It's kind of weird, right? Like, is it part of the material settings that's happening here? Blend mode, screen, offset, line art, viewport, display. Huh. Definitely a weird situation here. Where's my light? My light is super tiny. Too bright, so let's put it down to like a normal thing here. I thought I saw some glitching here. No, I guess it's fine. I got a sticker on my screen here. All right, let me fix this camera, and then we can start blocking out the scene and how I want it to look. So, if I go to my camera view, you can see the camera is really tiny. We're gonna erase the camera. We're just gonna make a new camera. So let's make a new camera. It's obviously set up in a weird space. We'll rotate it on the X. We'll bring it on the Y. We'll bring it up. There it is. We'll go to viewport display. We'll put passport down so it's all black all around. The new Gamer 629. I'm gonna be making a looping animation, a colorful looping animation. That's what I'm gonna be making. If you see my other live streams, you can see something like my last one. I just opened it up, but you'll see something similar on what I'm going to be making. So like, let's see, I'll open it up again if you're still here. Let's see. Let me set this up correctly. Let me save this. Yeah, so something like this, where it's like an animation, it runs. You know, we got some beautiful colors going on. She's running up a thing. It loops perfectly for 10 seconds. So this is kind of like what I'm making, except it's just going to be a different scene or whatever. So that is what I am making. The new Gamer 629. And Ferd, good to see ya. Glad you're here. Glad you can make it. Alright, there's some things that I already see. Like, you see this weird glitching here? I think this has to do with the viewport. So I'm going to put it to 0.01. And that fixes that. I'm also going to put the view clip end to like 5,000. We're going to work with a really big scene here. We also have to do that the same for the camera. So we're going to do it 0.1. And we're going to do 5,000. We're going to put this on rendered view so we can see that. That's so sick. I'll be back. Sounds good. Okay, so we got the passport. Let's put on some grid stuff for this so I can see kind of like what we're going here. What's interesting to me right now, not interesting, I'm not going to fix it right now, but I don't know why in the solid view I can't see like the geometry of this character. It's just weird. Like I can put a matte cap on it. There is a matte cap. Okay, so the matte cap on a random texture works. Okay. So can I use other stuff? Oh, I guess it works when I put a random texture. If I put material, then it's dark. It like doesn't know what to do. Oh, so I guess the matte cap works as long as it's not material, it's on object. I guess something with the way the material's set up, we can't see the thing. Okay, so never mind. I fixed the issue while I was diagnosing it. So let's put on a matte cap. We'll put on one of these. I just want to be able to see this in like a normal view here. Okay. So yeah, so I imported this from Mixamo, which I think is owned by Adobe. They have like mocap capture stuff. I'm doing this for the live stream because it cuts down on the stream time and I can do more stuff. First thing I want to do is right now that the origin point of the armature is at, like if I grab the armature, let me see. There we go. It's rotating kind of like from the center point, and I don't particularly want that. So what I'm going to do is create an empty, and this is where I'm going to control the character. I'm going to do a circle empty, bring it up. I want to be able to select the empty here, and I want to rotate the character from maybe what's like the center of gravity for human, like the belly button. So let's look at the belly button. Maybe that's not the center of gravity, but that's where I'm gonna put it, the belly button area. There we go. And then on the side here, yeah, we'll do it right in the center. There we go. So I'm gonna put this into the collections. I'm gonna put this character controller. There we go. And I'm gonna select both the armature and the mesh, and then the empty. I'm gonna hit parent, keep transforms. So now I can just control the empty and I can control the character, which is what I want. So I'm not ruining anything, which is good. Okay, so let's go back into rendered view. We'll take off the grid for now, and we're gonna make it darker, a little there, and then we're gonna adjust. Maybe she's a little off, right? Like her legs are off. I don't know. You know, okay, so for this scene, I'm still deciding whether I'm gonna do something like above, maybe something at an angle. It'll be cool to do something, maybe even her falling down like this, like if she's falling through stuff, maybe at a side here. So like on the X90 and then on the Z90. This looks like she's just standing up. So like falling down. Maybe it should be upside down. All right, let's reset this. Let's get our camera. And let's put our camera and our light in its own folder called utilities. What are all those circles around her? The circles, this is an empty, right? So an empty is just nothing, right? It's not a mesh or anything. It's just what I'm using to parent the armature, which is the character. And then here's the character's mesh. And I parent it to this circle. And this is so I can grab the circle and I can move her around easily and rotate her around easily. This could be anything. I have it as a sphere, but I could put it as a plane. So it's just the lines. It's like a controller. We could do it as like a pyramid, so I know which way she's facing. You know, we could do it as a cube, so it's like a box. So it's essentially just something that keeps her contained, and I can rotate her exactly where I want to rotate her and stuff. So it's like a controller. It's not gonna render with the scene. Okay. All right, so we have this moving. She's flying down, or she's falling up. You know, is she flying or is she falling? Right. That's what we're gonna decide for right now. So let's start setting up some stuff. The first thing I want to set up is the color and the fog, because people like, when they stop by the stream, they like to see beautiful eye candy color. They don't want to see the truth. They don't want to see the truth that working in the 3D software is mostly gray and boring sometimes. So I'm gonna set up this fog. Usually, you put up this color, you put up this fog at the end. I only do it in the beginning, literally for these live streams. Literally because people are basic and they need the color. They don't understand if there's no color. They don't get it. They want to see something. They a little, and I'm right there with them. My little monkey brain. I need to see beautiful colors, or else this doesn't look fun. So we're gonna add in the world. I made this many times ago. It's also in the stream before. It's gonna add in a fog. You can't see it right now, but there is a fog, and it's because I have to change it. So I just appended it to the world. This is the one that it came with, world. If I'm gonna hold Shift and hit X on here, that deletes it entirely. It marks it for deletion. Here's the fog. Boom. Doesn't look like anything, right? It's just pink all around. So let's look at the world settings and let's see what this looks like. You can see that I'm looking at this from above now, right? that it separates between pink and blue. So let me move this fog controller here. See that it kind of changes there. You can kind of see it. See her. It's on the left side there. It goes in. There's a couple things I want to do here. I want to scale this up. This is my fog controller. I don't know why my scale stuff is all off. It always happens when I import one of these things. Okay. So obviously I gotta fix this. So let me fix it. You can kind of see it on the left side. So I'm gonna mess with the fog settings over here, volumetrics, and we're gonna put the distance up, maybe like 100. There we go. Also, we're gonna take viewport denoising off just so it doesn't flicker as much. Or we're gonna lower this to like, let's say 50. There we go. We're starting to get that gradient. Alright, cool. You can't tell what's happening, but there's a gradient happening. Let me put it in a cube and then put it in an array so we can look at it while we work on this. So let me put in an array modifier. We'll put 0 to 2. We'll add in a bunch. You can see that it goes off into the distance and kind of fades out. So I'm going to use this as kind of like a reference on where my cubes are going. Right. Oops. Alright, so I add in a bunch of cubes. There we go. So I want to make this maybe go a little further out. So I'm going to go back into our settings. We're going to mess with the fog here. A 100. Oh, that actually makes it shorter. 150. Oh my god. 1. 20. We're just going to guess some numbers here. 50. And maybe we'll move this number really tiny. Alright. Another thing we could do, obviously I have a controller here that controls some of this. Alright. Honestly, this is like the most annoying part to set up because it's a little finicky the way I have it set up. I don't know if it's Blender, if I need to do it better, but I do have to like play around with this. So that's why I'm glad sometimes that I do it right now. So we can set this up correctly here. There we go. We got a gradient going on. We can definitely fix it later. And then we could choose some different colors here, like right off the bat, right? Like we can go, I'm going to choose, I'm going to do a mix RGB. We're going to do one of these. Alright, now we can pick some colors once I have this set up here. Oops, into the emissions. It's all white, and it's because I have it set up all white here. But if I put some colors here, let's see. It's also a little strong, huh? But we could choose some different colors. Let's play with some like super saturated colors here. Alright, and I want to know what the hell is happening with my fog here. What if I put 500 on this? Yeah, like I said, this is the most finicky part, and it's just solely because there's too many settings to mess with when it comes to this stuff. It's like super annoying. Alright, so we're almost done setting this up for the stream. Or should I? Hold on. See, this is. I hate this. I hate this. I hate that I'm wasting so much time on this. Like, I'm trying to figure out. And I have it pretty down packed on how I should do this, you know? Like, here we go. Look at all that flickering. It's so annoying. Do you have a video explaining exactly what this is or how to set it? Not yet. I'm still trying to figure it out. This is something that I made a while ago, and as you see, I thought I had it figured out. And it's still messing up. But it's kind of like an advanced, and when I say advanced, I just mean it's not like it's like hard. It's just there's a lot of stuff going on to mess with this type of stuff. But I definitely will make a tutorial. I've been so busy. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna leave this at the end. We're gonna set up a normal gradient, and then we're gonna add in the fog later. Let's just do that. So I do this every time. This is a normal gradient that I like to do. I just add in a color ramp. I add in a texture gradient texture. We'll put that in there. We'll hit Control T so it adds in all the stuff, and then we'll rotate the rotation on the, I think it's the Y90. All right, so then we connect that into our thing here. Nothing has changed. Let's see. All right, we're changing the Z90, and then we're gonna move the gradient. Is it Z90? See, I also messed this up too. No, it's the Y. I knew it. So we'll do the Y90, -90. Then we can move the X, right? There it is. We'll do a gradient like that. And then we can just change the colors here for the gradient. So we'll do something fun for passerbyers. And by fun, I just mean cotton candy. We'll just do something like that. I'm going to add in a color. Hue saturation, we're going to put the value up. I wonder if we do it double, how bright that is. It's like super bright. Like that. Okay, cool. So we got a gradient going on. This is nice enough for now until we figure out the silly fog stuff. I already feel this stream is not going to be 2 hours. There we go. This is our background. Oh, our background is not at 1. We're going to set this at 1 and probably tone this down. So we don't need this one. Okay, there we go. I think we're set now. There we go. We got our colors. We got all our stuff or whatever. We're feeling good. Something I like to do also is I like to add in a mix shader. This is a bit of advanced stuff. I do this every time. I do camera data. Nope, not camera data. I do this every time and I forget the name. Light paths. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the light paths on the factor, put the background on the second one, and then put this here. And what this does is that it makes it so the background is not lighting up the foreground. You can see that the colors of the lights here are this light, the light that's actually in the scene, right? So I can actually control this color if I want, right? And instead of the background lighting my object. Sometimes I don't like that, right? See, this is it lighting the objects. It's nice and stuff, but sometimes I like control over it. So what I like to do is I then duplicate this. So this is, what is this? Control P? No. How do you parent this? Alt P? Control P. Control G. No, it's not Control G. How do you add a frame? What's the shortcut for a frame? Frame selected. It's Shift P. Okay. So we hit Shift P. We'll frame it. And then we're going to name this label. We're going to say BG color. There it is. I'm gonna make it a different color here. Well, maybe we'll make it green. And we'll make the font bigger. How did you learn how to use all these nodes? The New Gamer 629. I just use Blender a lot. I use Blender. I look up tutorials. I figure out what these nodes means. I look up nodes. On my spare time, I read the manual, which is a very boring thing to do. So I don't recommend it to people because not a lot of people learn that way. So what you're really asking is, how do I learn this stuff, right? And what you should do is you should think about all the times you ever learned something really well, and what you did. Did you repeat the process? Did you take a couple of days? The last time you learned something, just figure out how you learned, and then apply that to Blender. And incorporate watching tutorials and learning what things do. The more you know what a tool does, the more you can make, right? So if you know a hammer hammers, a screw screws, you can make a bench. It may not be the best bench, but you could make it because you know what the tools do. But if you didn't know what the tools do, you wouldn't be making a bench. Weird example, but tutorials is where I learned. You know, I learned what all this stuff is. Alright, I'm gonna duplicate this. And this is gonna control the lighting on the character. And this can give me some good, you know, since we're not doing a realistic render, this can give me some nice control. So this frame I'm gonna call something else. I'm gonna call, how come I can't select the frame? Light path. There it is. Okay. We're going to call this foreground color. There we go. FG color. We'll color this a little different. Maybe a blue color. And then we're going to put this guy in this one. And what this does is the same as before, but now we can actually change the colors. Like I can flip this and I can make the foreground blue instead of pink, right? Or I can make it whatever color I want. I can make them orange, red. So the foreground is the objects in the scene are being lit differently than what the background is producing, right? So I have the background color, controls my color in the background, doesn't affect my foreground, and I have the foreground color, and that's how I light my foreground. I do this because I have a very particular liking to gradients and very bright saturated colors, so I like to have some control over that. So there we go. We're close to something here. And we're looking pretty good here. We're looking pretty good. So now I'm so tempted to go back to the fog thing. We're gonna hold off. We're gonna leave that till the end. So cool. We got green. The colors don't really match. It doesn't matter. I don't care for right now. I don't care for right now. And we'll just organize our scene here. Okay, now we can start figuring out and playing with what our scene can look like, right? So I have these. Let me go back to world. So turn all this off. What I have here is somebody. What does it look like to you guys? Does it look like? Would you prefer a flying scene, right? So the character here could be like flying through stuff, or is she falling through buildings, or is she flying upwards towards something, or is the camera above looking down and she's flying over something, or is she, you know, falling upside down, one of these, you know, do one of those, falling through some buildings and stuff. Like, you know, what's it look? What'll be a cool scene? I like this one, and I think it kind of inspires me from like Spider-Man and like, what is it called? Into the Spider-Verse. I'm sorry. I think that would be cool. And also a flying like a behind, right? Like flying through some buildings and stuff. Maybe some rotation is happening. You know, vroom. Maybe we can add some trails behind it. So let me think. Flying through. Oh, so flying. Okay, so I'm gonna say Superman. Hold on. Let's see. There's 4 people here. Let's see if a poll will help. We're gonna do Superman. We're gonna do falling. Flying up. I think that's all the options. Alright. Alright, put it to a poll. There's a poll going on. I don't know how to look at this poll. Okay, good. I see the poll. Well, so I put a poll in the chat, guys, for all 3 of you, 4 of you. What should the character be doing? Flying like Superman, falling down, flying up. Did I put that? Yeah, flying up, falling down, or Superman. Anybody out there? Anybody want to throw a vote? Throw it down. We got tied 0. Oh, we got flying up 100%. Okay. I got the poll going on. All 1 person, 1 vote. Flying. Anybody else out there? Anybody else? I guess we're doing flying up. Whoever voted. It's you decided this. Oh, 2 votes for flying up. All right. I think we're done here. We're doing flying up. We got Ferd and somebody else with the flying up vote. All right. End poll. All right. So we'll do fly up, which is not what I expected. So let's position her to fly up. Thank you for voting. The 2 of you that did. I know Ferd, you did, it looks like. Let's reset some of this stuff then. I'm gonna go into this view. I'm gonna find my camera. Where's my camera? Why can't I see it? Why is my camera invisible? Oh, that's why. There it is. Superman is cool also. Well, maybe we can switch them. But for right now, since 2 voted, we'll do an upwards one. So we'll make sure that the camera is at 90. This is just for me. You know, I like these nice even numbers. Alright, so we're going to set it up. We're going to get our character, and we're going to rotate on the X 90. DC, cease and desist. No! But it would be amazing if DC was watching my channel, huh? Oh, they'll probably have an AI, so I ain't that special. Okay, cool. So we have... Let's put our camera center on the X. It is center on the X. What's weird is that... She's not centered here? Why isn't she centered here, you think? Oh, there it is. That's why. Alright, so we got this centered. Alright, we're gonna make her small. Maybe this will be like a centerpiece. There we go. Okay, this is good. Just for the sake of, you know, flying upwards, I'm gonna make the background a sky color. So let's just flip these colors. And we'll add the pink down here. Let's see if there's a different color we can do. Like the city's red and bloody. We'll move the gradient. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in a color. Oh no, wait. Let me try HSV. Nope. HSL. Nope. HSV far. HSV clockwise. I've been wanting to use these for some reason because they're here and I never use them. We'll do RGB. We'll add in a second blue here. Oh no, we won't add a second blue. We'll just saturate whatever this color is. So let's saturate this color. And that kind of gets rid of that gray that I had before. We'll also maybe lighten it up. No, yeah, lighten it up just a little bit. There we go. There we go. We got the red color. Okay, we're gonna get rid of these cubes. And what's great here too is that we could also like make her really bright, like she's like freaking shining up in here. We'll leave it like that. For the colors, since we're using red, we'll use like some like bright blues and yellow greens or something. I don't know. I'm still deciding. Okay, cool. So we got like the silhouette going on. Beautiful stuff. Let's see. So flying upwards, I immediately think flying through a city, and maybe there's like a city in the background, and it obviously has to like loop and stuff. The looping is always funny to me. But anyway, I have some assets that I have gathered throughout the years to my asset browser. So let me open up my asset browser here. Also, let me set this to rendered. Get this real close. Take off the header. Oops, take off the header. There we go. And then now let's choose my asset browser. I have sci-fi buildings. And we're just going to use this for right now. As kind of like a starting point to figure out. This is great. This is actually a stronger challenge for me. I'm trying to figure out how to really like sell this verticalness. So I'm gonna add in a building here and maybe make it giant. We're gonna rotate it a little bit here. And you can see now with the foreground elements, the buildings, we can really pick a color. I think yellow for right now. Okay. It's gonna look like a video game. Alright, so we're gonna add in a building like here. And we're also going to get one of these squishy buildings and then stretch it to see if that looks any good. You got to think outside the box sometimes. So we're going to scale this up and then scale it up just on the Z. You know, and we're going to color these differently. They're going to be much more interesting once we figure out what we're doing here. Maybe I'll even stretch this one out like this. Okay. Okay, so let's see, you know, if I were to imitate this, like, okay, cool. So what I'm going to do is just to keep this simple, I'm going to duplicate this. So I'm going to hit Alt-D, and I'm going to put them up. I'm going to rotate it like this. Not rotate it, I'm going to set it up like just right on top of each other. And then maybe one more, I'll Alt-D, and I'll duplicate it, and I'll put them up like this. There we go. Actually, let's do one thing before I duplicate this. Let me go back to this view here. I'm going to duplicate it and do it by a number that's even. So that, not even, but just that I can replicate. So 10, we'll do 10. We'll do that. So then I know that they're perfectly separated at the right amount by the Z10. There you go. There's obviously like some weird Z fighting here. This has to do with the mesh. I have no idea. It's not gonna affect the render, I think, but it has to do with this mesh. They're not clean. Like if I grab this, you can see this is like what is happening there, you know? I can fix some of it, but like it does, it's unnecessary. Maybe. Let's see. Okay, I kind of fixed it. It didn't matter, but I fixed it, I think. Oh, you can still see it. See, you see all that like that glitching? This just has to do with like there are multiple faces that are on top of each other. Like if I grab this, you can see it's on top of another face. Lame. Super lame. It's not a big deal. I don't know. I'm getting caught up in this. Okay, let's continue here. All right, so the next thing I want to do is I want to be able to loop this, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in a path. So let's do a curve path. I'm gonna look at this path, go to edit mode. I'm gonna delete the center points here. Hit X to delete and dissolve vertices. So now I have these 2 points. So this first point I'm gonna put right in the middle. So I'm gonna select the point, hit S, do selection to cursor, and I know the cursor's in the center. I'm gonna do the same thing for the second one, cursor or selection to cursor, and I'm gonna grab it and bring it up. And now I know that this goes upwards. Let me also put in the normals because I'm very curious if they're pointing the right way. I thought the normals were in here. Oh, yeah, they're at the bottom. Okay. And we'll make them bigger. Let's make them 10. All right, we can see that our path is going directly up. I don't know if that matters, but I just set it up. So we're going to set it up real long, maybe as long as these guys. Right here. There's a couple things I forgot. 60 frames a second, and let's make our scene 600. All right, let's bring our timeline. I'm gonna hit home so I can fit it all in here. So there's 0. Oh, it starts at 1. My keyframe started at 1. 0. That's fine. We're good. We got our path. We're gonna move this path into our utilities. These are just things that are like lights, cameras, empties, things like that. We're gonna do this building loop .000. Just so I know what it is, I'm gonna be using this as a loop. Easy peasy stuff. So I am going to make this easy for myself. I'm gonna put these buildings in its own collection right now. So let's put these buildings in. And we'll call them what I named the thing, right? Buildings.000. Buildings. Or building. .000. There you go. Cool. We have a collection. We can always turn this off. Oh, I forgot one. I'll put this in buildings. There we go. Okay. So there's our buildings. Okay, and then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add in an empty. And the reason I'm doing this is so I can control one thing instead of like a bunch of different buildings. And I'm going to parent all these buildings onto this empty. This empty is, like I said, there's something weird with my scale going on. I have to figure out what I'm doing wrong, but my scale's off. Is it the scene settings? I think that's what it is. Hold on. There it is. Unit scales. We're going to put this to 1. Why is it 0.001? Like, who did this? Degrees, blah 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 blah. Good stuff. I fixed my issue. Because now when I make an empty, it's still tiny. I don't understand. Never mind. I thought I fixed it. Like, an empty shouldn't be that tiny. I hate it. Alright, so we're going to make the empty big. It doesn't matter. This is real stupid technical stuff that I'm getting into. I'm going to select all the buildings. Oh, hold on. Let me select the empty, call it buildings. Controller. .000. So these, see, they're all named something similar, so I can kind of see what I'm doing. I'm going to select all these and then parent it to the empty where you get to keep transforms. I'm going to take away these relationship lines because I don't like looking at them. Okay. Now when I move the empty, it moves the buildings. And this is what we're going to... Oh no. I think I talked ahead of myself. I think I can... I don't have to use the modifier. Usually I use modifier. I think I could use the constraint. Follow path. Is that what it is? And the target that we're going to use is the building loop 000. And then we can loop this offset. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see... This is going to be a difficult thing here. I'm going to try and match... I'm going to move this... I'm going to offset this so then I match it with the next one. And this is where I'm eyeballing it. It's not going to be... It's not a perfect science. But we're going to see... if it will work. So... Alright, so let's see if we can get a similar thing here. Like this like square here. I'm going to memorize it. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to go to the first frame. I'm going to hit I. So I keyframe that. I'm going to move over to 60. So that's like a second, right? And then I'm going to move this until we get that scene again. There we go. And I'm going to hit I. And then I'm going to look at it. Alright, so what it looks like it comes close. So now I'm gonna really eyeball it. I'm gonna hit this key here, which goes to my last keyframe. Or I can hit down arrow or up arrow, right? That's what I can do. Great. Also, why is this here? I have like a camera marker I don't need. Okay. So I'm gonna be hitting up and down, going between the two to see how close they are. It looks like they're a little off, right? So this is the first one, and the last one still hasn't caught up. So I'm gonna get real close here. It's right here. I wish I had like a ruler, like some like Photoshop ruler. So it's up here. I'm gonna probably touch my screen with my finger, so I know exactly where it is. All right. All right. So we're gonna move it up to. Oop. Oh, I have to hold shift. Darn. So it's between 23.8 and 23.9. So let's put 23.850. All right, looks like a little bit more. Let's do 8. Oops, the other way. So 8.3. Almost. I think it's 8.4. Okay, I think we're there. So I'm going to hit I on this. And then I'm going to go into my graph editor and fix a couple things. Right now, the keyframes, if you look at them, let me show them. They have like these Bezier curve that kind of like curves off. We don't like that. So we're going to hit A, hit T, hit linear. So now it goes straight through, which is what we want. And we're going to add in a modifier and hit cycle. What that does is it repeats all the way through over and over and over again. And for some reason, it doesn't line up at the end here. I never understand. I don't understand what's happening here. It doesn't matter. Now you can see it. Now I'm going to hit play and see if it loops. And see if we got something decent here. There's like a weird thing that happens at the bottom here. And I think I know why. But you can see it change here. It's because the previous building is intersecting. But overall, this right side loops pretty well. Like, look at that. Boom, boom, boom. Can't really tell this is not looping. I know how to fix this though. So let's go back. So what we need to do is we need to get this building and bring it down. And this is why it's good that I did it by an even number. We're going to hit Alt D and we're going to bring it down on the Z -10. That did not work. What happened here? Hold on. Grab. Why isn't this working? So D. Oh, I know why. Oh my god. I'm ruining things for myself, guys. If I remember correctly, this was set like at a really small scale. What was this at? Like that 0001 or something? Oh my god. I'm making things all sorts of difficult for myself. Evelyn, good to see ya. 0. Was it 001? Is that what I had it? Oh man, it's over. We're gonna have to work with this. Alright, so this is something else I have to eyeball. So what I have to see is how far this intersects, right? So like this little gap here. The background music can make hearing all your words difficult for those hard of hearing. Oh, I didn't know if it was that loud. I'm sorry. Hold on. Thank you. I'm using different music because I kept getting copyright strikes. And I guess I forgot to adjust the audio. Is that better? Katura, is that better? I think should be good, right? Alright. So I'm gonna keep it going. But let me know if that works better. Sorry about that. I didn't realize. Did not realize. Okay, so let me figure out how I'm going to set this up correctly. All right, let me go to frame 1. Good. Let me go here. I'm gonna bring this object down. Right about the same spot here. Alright, let's see if that fixes it. Please fix it. Okay, it looks like it's looping pretty well. There's some like weird artifacting issues here on my end. I don't know if you can't see it on the render. But we'll keep it going, right? So what I'm going to do is to fix this. I'm going to select this particular guy and shrink it by the. Oh, I can't. Okay. What if I delete this face? Never mind. Okay. Whatever. It works. It's working well here. We're doing fine. We got a loop going on. And you can see from the outside how it loops. You see that it's just like two different like objects that are going up and down. One's closer, so one's obviously looking like it's going faster. And I think that's pretty neat. So the only thing that gets me, like I said, about this repeating pattern is that it loops every, what do I have, 60 seconds? So it should loop 10 times perfectly. But somehow, by the end, what do I have left? It stops looping at like 59. And I just don't understand. Maybe, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this frame -1 and see if that's the issue. It is the issue. So it has to start at 0 for some reason, or I have to like repeat a frame. It's fine. Now it's perfectly looping. Hi, what graphics card are you using? I have an old PC and want to upgrade. BAP, I'm using a 2080 Ti. But there's plenty of good graphics cards out there that can work. It depends on how big of a project you're doing and stuff. It's really hard to get graphic cards nowadays, from what I've heard. I haven't been looking, but it also depends on your budget. Like anything like in the 2080 range, it's gonna like be like hundreds of dollars. There are some Ryzen cards that are AMD cards that are good, but I don't know if they will because I think Blender uses NVIDIA, like CUDA, and I don't know how. Yeah, it uses CUDA, which is part of the NVIDIA thing. And I don't know if AMD has something equivalent. If anybody in the chat knows about AMD graphics cards on Blender, please chime in. I'm a little bit, I know a little bit about that, but not a lot because I've just had the same graphics card and I use NVIDIA all the time, so it's my graphics card of choice. But yeah, 2080 Ti, that's what I used. Okay, cool. So we have some front stuff, like this really tall building that just never ends and stuff. So let's see if we could make more buildings and parent it to the same controller and not have to worry about looping it again, because it's already looped here. So let's cross our fingers and hope that's the case. So I'm gonna go back to frame 1. And I'm gonna just throw in some buildings. All sorts of buildings here. Maybe ones that look like they can repeat. So let's put this guy here. They end up being so tiny. Where's my camera? Oop, not the thing I wanted. There it is. So I'm going to put this building off in the distance. I'm also going to color the building different. So let me set this into building. Then you give it, those buildings are nice. When did you make? I didn't make these. I got these from a website called CG Trader. Nice. I'm learning a lot with you. Nice that I found your channel. Oh, thank you, Bap. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Buildings BG.000 is what I'm going to name this. And also these buildings, I think, were free. Let me see if I can find out really quick where maybe I could put a link to them. So give me 1 second and then I'll link them. Let's see what I got here. Da-da-da-da. I'm just looking right now. Buildings. I got it like on this website called CG Trader. Let's see. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, so I can't find the exact one, but this is how I look for it, right? So I go to like CG Trader. I go to that website. It's like the free models, and I just download different models to use and then import them into Blender. And if anybody has any other resources, oh, I think it's this one. Hold on, let me see. I think I found it. Okay, I didn't find it, but this is also looks like a good one too, and it's free. But yeah, there's plenty of free sources out there. Okay, there we go. All right, so I'm making this building. And I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing here. Hold on. Where is this building? Okay, in the distance. So we're gonna bring this down on the Z. Alright, I'm gonna bring it off to a distance here. I'm gonna see it in relation to our character. So these buildings are gigantic. Oh yeah, so we're gonna make this building a little different here by changing the color. Let's just have it more like just pink or something in the background. Alright, we're gonna do the same thing here. We'll put another one. Make it huge. Bring it the same area as this one. Right around here. We'll put the same material just so we could differentiate. Differentiate. You know, we'll throw some buildings in here. Oops. We're gonna throw some buildings in here. You can see some artifacting. That has to do with like this viewport thing here. Like, if you put the viewport display a little further. Since we're working with such large scales, then you can like get rid of some of the artifacting. If you put it at like something crazy like 0.01, like look at that. That looks, look at all the artifacting and glitching that happens. Anyway, just something to think about when it comes to like those things. All right, so let's add in some buildings here. Right now I'm gonna just duplicate them by holding Alt D, rotating them, and we're just gonna, they're obviously gonna be repeating, and we're gonna fix that. I just want to position these in a way that kind of highlights the character here. So we're gonna position these around. You know, we're gonna rotate them. These buildings obviously look all the same. All right, these are going to be buildings that don't move, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to squish this one and then bring it up. So it looks a little different, even though it's the same building. So you can really change the look here. I don't like that the antenna here is like sticking out, so I'm going to actually scale this up long-wise so it kind of encompasses there. And there, now we have 4 of the same buildings, or 2 buildings really, that have been duplicated a bunch. They're doing good. So I'm going to add it. So ambient occlusion is here, but do I have it so it shows up on screen? Let's see. Let me go to the screen here. Like, you would think it would show up, right? Like, if I put the distance to like something crazy, 500. Oh, you can see it if you put some crazy distance. So 500, 0, 1000. Let's see. What's crazy, like the ambient inclusion, if I put it at like 5,000, and it's also, once again, because we're working on very big scales right now. If I put this at like 1,000, usually you never crank it up this high. Look how the dark, you get the dark there. Okay, so I'm gonna put this up high just so I can see, you know, this stuff here, like the shadows, and kind of differentiate these bigger shapes out in the back and stuff. So it's pretty good stuff. Can you turn the background music off? Or would it make it easier for you to hear? Oh yeah, no problem. I think it's off now. I can still hear the music, so it doesn't bother me. I put the music on just for it to be like a little bit relaxing. Is the music, is it just going over my voice? Is my microphone not loud enough? Should I be putting that up? Let me see. Maybe a little higher. There we go. All right, I cranked it up a little bit, but Oh, okay. Yeah, I turned off the music now. Yeah, it blends in with your voice and the mic is fine. Makes the words hard to understand. Or maybe I just need to enunciate better. Say every T. All right, I'm gonna put the music like the smallest amount. There. I cranked up my microphone and the music is like super tiny. We'll see. We'll see. Let me know. Okay, so I have this going on and this is good. Um cuz we got the looping foreground and like this tall building that never ends. Uh and it looks okay. You know, right now, since I don't see the background moving, I'm gonna add in the camera movement. I usually do this at the end, but I'm gonna do it right now. So I'm gonna go to the first frame, go to the camera, hit I. We're gonna hit I. We're gonna go to the graph editor, right? Am I there? Am I already there? What's up, Super Homie? How's it going, Kelly? We'll go to the graph editor. And we're gonna do modifiers. We're gonna do noise. We're gonna hit home on here. Let's scale this up. There it is. We got some camera shake. It's looking great. Just kidding. This looks ridiculous. We're gonna put the scale up. We got some camera movement going left and right. It's like actually kind of extreme. I usually have some trouble figuring out how to place this, right? So I can either put the scale down to like, let's say 50, but then the strength up. But then that goes way too much. Looks pretty intense. Right? That's not what we want. Some things that I like to do is I restrict the frames. I do it from 0 to 600, which is as long as I do my things, and then about 50 in and out, so it kind of like smooths in and out. We're gonna put the strength down to 150. And look at it. And maybe put the scale up to 100. Okay, we're gonna put the strength down to 100. I just want it to be very subtle. That's all I want it to be. Alright, maybe 90. And we'll leave it at that. Okay, cool. So that's just with one keyframe, adding a modifier onto the x-axis. Now we're gonna add it. We're gonna hit this copy button here. We'll go to the y-axis. We'll paste it. Now that's like front, forward, and back. We're also going to go to the noise and offset it by like 100. And then we'll do it on Z. We'll paste it. We'll do the offset and do it by 300. Okay. So now that we got this going, we got the loop going. I can see that this building, let's see if I can find it. You can kind of see the edge here where the building's at. So we're going to make sure that illusion's not broken. We're going to select this guy, copy him, maybe stretch him out a little bigger, maybe on the Y. Put him out here. Maybe we'll rotate it. And we'll keep it like that, right? There we go. It doesn't really break on the left side, I think. Let's see. All right. So there it is. I think on the Z axis, maybe it should be stronger. So let's go to the Z. Let's pick our camera so we can see our things. Go to the Z. Maybe put the strength to 150. Let's see what that looks like. Maybe let's do something extreme so we see it. 500. It's pretty extreme. I don't like that it dips under the frame around 300 there. So we'll do 300 there. Just touches the bottom of the frame there. And what's crazy is that the character's not even moving. We're not even animating the character right now. If we animated the character, let me take off some of this stuff here. Let me go to the camera and take off the lines. I don't think I need the lines anymore. There we go. Yeah, if we got the character right here, you know, they're not even moving. We can even rotate them. Which is pretty cool. Good stuff. All right. So I like this. I like that it frames the character at the bottom there. Some things that I aesthetically am thinking about right now is the background color. Like, none of these colors are final. I don't think I like any of these colors. They're just working for, once again, for people who stop by the stream and they're like, eye candy. I normally work without doing any of this stuff first, but it's becoming part of the workflow now. Okay, so we got the background. I'd like something to be up here, and I'm not sure what I want up here. Maybe I should bring the monkey back from the last stream. Just looking down and being ominous and stuff. Maybe that would be a cool thing. Okay, so let's think of some things that I want. Let's switch up the colors for fun, because I like having fun. The first thing you should remember when learning Blender is to try to keep it fun. I know it's going to be hard, but try to keep it fun. I know. Alright. Let's put in 0.5 here, and let's pick our own colors. Like, what if this was blue or red, yellow? What if it was like a green sky? I usually do not like working with green. Green is not my color. We could change the foreground buildings. All these buildings are going to have gradients on them. Once again, they're all temporary. This is just blocking out what this looks like. Okay. So we'll keep it like red-green right now. Before we start adding colors to stuff. So one thing I like to add, I think, is maybe like a trail, like a trailing system. So maybe I could start building that out for the character, like there's some sort of magical being or something. So here's our character. What's cool is what this looks like. Look at the camera. Like, we got buildings in the back, we got these two buildings in the front. We're making an illusion here. Making an illusion. She's in front of these. The camera's out here. It's kind of interesting, huh? Like, there's nothing in between these buildings. It's just a broken illusion. Okay. So, let's make a trail for our character here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to select the character. The origin is this orange dot here. So if I hit Shift S and go cursor to selected, it'll put the cursor right there, which is right in front, which is fine for now. And then I'm going to make an object, and I'm going to make what should I make? Let's make a plane and scale it up for some reason, because everything's super tiny. We're going to rotate this on the X, 90 there. We're going to look at it from above. We're going to match it up on the Y, just so it's right in front, like this. And we're going to lower click set origin to volume, so the origin's right there. So if I rotate it, it rotates from right there. I'm also going to stretch this out. I'm going to select the bottom one and bring it all the way down. And then we're going to build out an energy material. Or I have materials that I've made. Maybe I can save some time instead of remaking this. You can download these materials that I'm about to use. The links to my Gumroad, it's in the description if you want to use them. So I have in my asset browser my materials. So let's try out some of these materials, see if they work. If not, we can rebuild them. Maybe it should be something funky, right? Like a hologram for no reason. This looks dumb, obviously. So, you know, I'm just seeing like a basis of what we can do here. Not good, not good. Let's see this energy material here. It's going the wrong way, but it's kind of close. You know what I mean? We could rotate this so it goes the right way. Let's try this material. All right, that's not gonna work. Let's try this one. Going the wrong way, but we could fix that. But I don't know if I like that either. I think we might have to make this from scratch. It won't take long. Let's try this one. Can't even see it. How about this one? Oh, yo, maybe it should be like electricity, huh? Would that be cool? some electric currents. And that's how she's flying through the air with the power of electricity. This is kind of cool, right? Like, I like, it's very subtle. So let me do this. Let me create a sphere. We're gonna make it really big real quick. I just want to see what it looks like. I don't think it's gonna be a winner, but I do think it'll be fun to experiment with. And we'll put the energy material on there. We'll hit smooth. We'll scale it down. She's obviously in front, not the correct thing. You know, what if we squish it? She's like a bullet. Okay, this is not a winner at all. But you know, she's like a bubble flying through the air. Okay, we're gonna have to make this from scratch, which is fine, totally fine. It's always good to try out these shaders. I made them, and a lot of people use them, and I sometimes don't even I don't use them, or I don't find a use. So I'm always trying to figure out how I can make them better for me. Alright, we may even be able to use a particle system, and this actually look kind of cool. Okay, so let's try a couple things. These may not be winners either. Alright, so let's make it from scratch. So we're going to get a material. We're going to delete this. I'm going to hit save. I'm also going to hit file. External data automatically packs sources, so that packs in files into the blend file, just in case anything happens. And I'm going to go recursive unused data blocks. This is going to delete everything that has not been used. And I just do that every now and then to keep the file size down. Let's make a new material. So see, we only have 3. We have buildings. I don't know what this is attached to, but only 3 materials. We're going to make a new material. We're going to do it in emissions. So let's do that. Let's put in emissions. We're going to put bloom on for the looks. Look at that. Super bright. Ah! Like she's like a beam of light going through. Like she's blasting through. Obviously, not too great. I don't like it. We're obviously going to make that a lot better. Okay, so let's work on some things here. Alright, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do an emissions shade or a mix shader. And what I'm doing here is a mix shader is going to mix between two shaders, an emissions, and the other thing I want is transparency. I want this to be transparent at the end. So let's add in a shader, add in transparent. We're going to add it to the bottom, add this one to the top. And then I want it to blend with a gradient. So let's do the texture gradient. Put a color ramp here. This helps us control the gradients. We'll hit Control T on here. Okay, and then we're going to bring this into the top. On this material, I'm going to make sure this is alpha blend and this is none on shadow. And then we're going to put this guy and connect it in. Let's see what happens here. We're going to take out bloom for now. And we're going to figure out where the gradient is happening. So the gradient is happening left to right. So we'll rotate this on the Y. Yes, the Y. And we'll rotate it -90. And then we'll bring this up. And you can see I have my gradient on here. So I'm going to control that. Good stuff. Alright. So that's how I'm controlling my gradients. Right? Boom. We'll put a 1 on here. You see that it's looking okay. We can always control the gradient even more. Like it could be a little transparent at the top if we just put a white also on the other end. So let's put white. Alright, we have 2 blacks in the middle. We'll figure out where these guys go. Alright, so it can like fade out both at the top and the bottom. Just something to think about. But I think we're not going to do it this way. We're going to put B-spline. Nope, we'll do linear and we'll just erase these guys. Erase. Erase. There we go. Okay. So we got this gradient going on, looking dandy and stuff. Another thing we could do is since we have this gradient can control a color. So let's put a color ramp and add in it to the emissions color. And if we use this gradient, it'll actually use the gradient that we have here. So if we put this to be like, you know, like a blue, let me put this to be like a purple, you see that we get, you know, a strong looking gradient here. We can put back the bloom, and you can see we can shine this out like there's some sort of like energy coming from the character. So that's cool, but we're not gonna do that just yet. Alright, so this is how these node groups get so big. You're just doing a lot of little things. And they stack up, you know. Okay, cool. So we got our color, we got our blah blah blah. Let's add in some texture to this gradient, because right now it just kind of looks like it fades out, right? So what we could do is we can add in another one of these. So we duplicate this, and instead of a gradient, let's do a texture like a Musgrave texture, and we're going to mix those colors. So let's go to mix RGB. I'm going to put this factor up to 1, and I'm also going to put linear light. That's usually what I start off with. We'll put in the 2 colors, and then we'll connect this and see what this looks like. So it looks like it's all blotchy. Magnificent, stunning. Thank you. And we're only getting started. Alright, so maybe not linear light. Let's try multiply. Right, and then we can control the scale here. And we can also zero out a lot of this stuff, actually. Alright, if we make this 4D, we can also like animate this, which looks kind of cool, but I don't particularly love how it looks. So we're gonna keep messing with some different blend modes here. Let's go to add. All right, this is gonna get even a little bit more complicated. We're gonna copy the gradient because I want it to cut off at least. So I'm going to subtract these and hope that that's what happens. Subtract. All right, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get rid of these splotches down here. And I always forget how to do it. So give me like a couple seconds of deep thinking here. Okay, this may be it. Is it overlay? Okay, maybe overlay. That was a total guess, guys. That was... Should they both be overlay? How would that work? Let's see. Alright, these colors are obviously ugly. We're going to fix that. I just want to see if... I can make this look nicer. Alright, I'm going to put in a value here, and I'm going to put in a math node here. So converter math. We're going to put a divide. We're going to put this there. This is going to be our time node, and we're going to put frame on here. And then we're going to put that on the Y here. This will animate it, so we can somewhat animate it there. Looks kind of ugly. Let's keep messing around with this. Not looking good here. Maybe it's screen. Alright, so the only thing I don't like is like the harsh edges on the side. Maybe some other stuff. And obviously it's not attached. Also, this may not be the way to go. I'm not sure. I'm still deciding. If I can make it look... If I can make this look decent, maybe, but I don't know. So if you make changes to it while saving keyframes, will it change? Will it change in the animation? So if you make changes to it while saving keyframes, will it change the animation? I mean, yeah, you could definitely save any of these keyframes. If you keyframe it, it'll save the animation. If that's what you're asking. I'm not entirely sure what you're asking, but yes, if you use keyframes, they will animate. I'm using a value on the texture to animate it, and that's what is happening here. And I don't like this. I think this is kind of ugly. So we're going to figure out something else. All right, let's try. I'm going to delete that. Let's try this. We're going to mess with particles. And I hate using particles. Particularly in Blender. Blender's particles are kind of weak. Excuse me. Ooh, excuse me, guys. All right, so let's make some particles, and let's see if we can make maybe something nice looking with particles. So let's add a particle system, and see how slow they're moving. So we're gonna do a couple things. For velocity on the normals, we're gonna do, excuse me, we're gonna do 200. We're also gonna, so I can view this thing, I want to see the circles and make them very big. I can't see them still. What the hell? How about, maybe that's too fast. 100. 5. Oh, there they are. Okay, there is our particles. We're going to make this much smaller so we can see them. We're also going to make the particles. For some reason, the catch is always like a very small amount. Let's put the cache here, and we'll do it at... Oh, last end. Here it is, 600. There we go. So then we go. Alright, and the lifetime, we'll put it at like 300. Alright, and the velocity, we'll put at like 200. Oh, how about negative? $100. Okay, how about negative 200? Alright, we're gonna make these particles a little smaller. Let's see. There you go. We're also gonna make the plane. We're gonna do a couple things here. We're gonna make it thinner. So let me go into edit mode. We'll make it thinner. They don't need to last 600. They could last 300, maybe 400. It looks like she's releasing those particles. So how can we make this not look like that? So I'm going to do a couple things here. So I'm going to stretch this out. I'm also going to cut this in half here. We're going to bring this down. We're going to bevel it. We're going to make this kind of like a round shape around her feet. Oh, now they're releasing everywhere. I don't like playing with particles. It always takes me a long time. Alright, guys. Give me 1 second. I have to use the bathroom. So we're going to put this on loop. I'm going to use the bathroom. Maybe I should write this down for anybody joining in here. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, we're back. I think I have a. I th- I think. I think I have a revelation now. All right, we're not messing with particles. Oh man, maybe I should have just went to the bathroom earlier. We're not messing with particles. I don't like it. Let's pause. Let's just continue building, right? I'm at what, an hour and 40-minute stream, and I feel like I'm a little behind. So let's do a few things. Let's start figuring out what is at the top here. So I'm going to put Suzanne, as usual, as our placeholder. So let's find her. Let's make her huge. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to import the Suzanne from the previous project. So let's append. Projects. I hopefully put it in the right collection. Was there a collection? Hold on. I'm going to open up that previous project. I'm going to put her in her own collection real quick. Give me 1 second. We're going to go open this up. So we're going to put all this in a monkey collection. There it is. I'm going to hit save. Okay. And now we're going to open our project we just had open. We're going to go into our rendered view. There we go. We're going to append it now. So there's our buildings. Right here. We're going to do append 2022 project files, run collections, and I made a monkey collection. There's our monkey. You can tell the size difference I'm working with. It's kind of crazy. I feel like I messed this up to begin with. It's kind of unfortunate here. Alright, so we're going to put the monkey there. We're going to grab her. Bring her in the distance and make her huge. Alright. Back here. We will center her on the X, right? We're going to look through here. With the Y. Okay, we'll move up. We'll also change the keyframe. It looks like the Z is keyframe, so it reset there. There. We'll hit replace keyframe. Nope. Replace single keyframe. Maybe we'll even replace this keyframe, so we'll do something more like this. We'll bring back our lines. So we know we're centered up here. So let me get this. Let me get this correct here. There we go. We're going to replace single keyframe, replace single keyframe. Alright. It looks like the eyes do reach from a distance all the way there, which is kind of interesting. We're going to change the background real quick. Oh man, I feel so much better. Now we can do this. I feel like I have a flow now going. Okay, we're going to change this background color. Yeah, we're going to make it more of an ominous red. We're going to disable this actually. We're going to put this 0.5. And we're going to make this more of a red color. And we'll make the foreground more blue. Maybe red yellow. Bring the gradient up. There we go. Red city. And then we will figure out this blue color situation. We're just doing this for right now. You know, I may switch this. Instead of flying upwards, maybe falling would look a little better. So let's see what falling would look like. Let's get the character. And let's rotate on the Y 180. And then we're going to go here and we're going to lower. We're going to also make these background buildings darker. And then maybe she could be slowly rotating or something. But you know, we'll figure out what we're going to do with her there. We'll bring this up a little further up. We're definitely going to either make the we'll make the background bright and her dark. So that's what we'll end up doing. So we'll do falling. It obviously doesn't make sense that she's falling upside down. So we're going to have to reverse the keyframes for the building controller that has a constraint on it. Here's our constraints. What we're going to do is there a way to easily reverse these? There is not. So right now we're at frame 0 and frame 1 or 60. So let's bring frame 0. Well, let's move frame 60. Okay, we'll move this one to 60. Boom, and then we'll move this one to frame 0. There. Okay, so I reversed the keyframes. This should work the same way. Now she's falling down. For the camera going up and down, we're going to make it so it's not so extreme anymore. She kind of stays more in place. So we'll go to the modifiers. We'll put the strength down to 150. We'll just keep it kind of relatively close. And we'll bring her down here. Very good. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to figure out that fog situation. It's gonna cause me a lot of headache right now, and I'm not gonna be able to explain a lot of it because I am just gonna be messing with some settings here. So let's hope that it's not a total train wreck here. So we're gonna append assets. Let me just bring in the same one that I had from last week. We'll do final red, world, fog. There it is. So let's hope that this doesn't destroy my scene. It probably will. It does. It looks cool though, you know. It has to like do like a lot of loading here, which is like, you know, cover your eyes if you're don't like these flashes. So we're gonna have to fix a bunch of things, and it's mostly because of my world scale. It's so dumb. There's something weird with it where like something's messed up here, you know, like if I put 1000, nothing changes. It's fine. Something's weird with my scaling stuff, and it's so frustrating because I feel like I should be able to import this fog and it'd be the same the whole time. So let's mess with some of these settings. And the settings are... Let me get rid of this. Okay. Cool. Okay, so let's mess with some of these settings. So some of the settings are in the shader editor, and some of them are in the panel on the right side there. So let's go to the world. We have these colors. Let's pick some different colors here. It's crazy what's happening here. Look at this. This is like, what is happening? It looks ominous. But it's cool. We can get kind of like a neat thing going on regardless. Alright. For the emissions. Alright, this looks kind of cool. But it gets rid of the fog, which is not the point that I'm trying to get here. What sucks is that it can't play in real time. Like, it looks really awesome though. Why doesn't it play in real time? That's like super annoying. It like has to, like, I can't do it anywhere. Intense. Yeah, super intense. Look how little it has to be. That's what it is. 0.01, maybe 0.005 would be even better. Oh, I hate that I can't play it in real time. What's the matter? This sucks. Real time would be cool. I mean, it'll flicker. That's the issue. Look at that. Sorry, guys. Okay, cool. Let's do 0.01. Make it a little bit more ominous there. And we're getting a little closer to what I want here, right? And then let's fix some of these colors. And not fix, but let's just play around with some of these colors. Like if we added some color here, it'll be super bright. Oh, this is so great. I just can't figure out why it doesn't play in real time. Red looks awesome though. Is it because let's see if this will make it play in real time. Nope. All right. So let me fix a couple things here. Okay. So there's some settings here that didn't carry over from when I transferred over this coloring stuff, this fog. Oh, actually it did carry over. Look at that. Volumetrics. So if I put something like, I'm going to copy this. What is this? 10,000? This is a 100,000, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 100,000. Okay, so let's put like 500. Something stupid, right? Can't even see it. So what if we divide this by 2? What does that look like? You don't even see it. What if it's like 90,000? Alright, so we can control how dark it is. Because if we put 200,000, it could be super bright. Interesting. So we'll leave it at 150, let's say. 1, 2, 3. What's interesting, the more samples, the darker it gets. It's kind of interesting. Like if we put 80 there. We'll do 64. We'll leave it as is. Distribution, we'll put it. See all these settings you can mess with that changes the look? This is why this is so annoying. Like it's good, but like it's bad at the same time. Alright, we'll leave it at 0.8. And then we'll go back to our settings here. And we'll figure out some of these settings. Alright. You just setting this in at 0.002, nothing, right? 0.003, nothing. 0.004, now it's red. That's like the lowest amount that I could probably put it at right now. All right. All right, so I'm just messing with this background color, but I don't like it. So we're good. Okay, so we're getting something closer to what I want. Man, I wish it could play in real time. What if it was really small? No? Is it the bloom? Is it the ambient occlusion? Okay, it's none of those two. Okay. It must be something, right? Let me just make sure. Let's do clean up, recursive, blah blah blah. We'll hit save. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna close this and I'll open it back up again. And hope that somehow that makes it so I can play it in real time. That'd be nice. Come on, please. Yay. It works. No, it doesn't work. Maybe it's the viewport. Nope. That sucks. Alright, so we're just gonna have to work frame by frame and you'll have to see it on the Instagram. On how it's eventually gonna look. Okay, now I think we're getting closer to something I like. Ah, I hate that it blinks. Is it viewport? No. Is it the shadow size? You think that'll be it? Nope. Yeah, I guess it's not gonna work for me this time around. All right, so under color management, let's do a high contrast. I like that over medium contrast. Medium high contrast. There we go. Best of both worlds. Okay, we're getting here. We're getting there. So now I'm gonna start coloring these buildings with my toon shader that I have made. If you want to ever use this shader, it is in my Gumroad. The link is in the description. But that's how we could start controlling some of these buildings and add a little bit more stuff to it. I may add some things that light up here, like if the buildings have lights on them. But we will see about that after I color the buildings. So let me get into position here, right there. Something like this. And let me mess with some of these settings here. Like, it being pink is pretty cool. Pretty cool. And let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Okay. What was I doing? I'm getting distracted by all these settings. See, it's so easy. So easy to get distracted. Different colors too. Go back to the purples. Get that aesthetic look. Okay, we'll go back to red because I think it's ominous. It looks good. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is sorry, I'm still messing with settings to see if I can make it play in real time. Okay, so I'm gonna just add in a material to this building on the left first, and that's what we're gonna color first. I have my toon shader. You could download it on my Gumroad. It's free. You can download it. It's there. It works. It works. We're gonna go to my asset browser. I already have it in my asset browser here, so it's my toon shader. I'm going to drag it onto here. And there's my building. I'm gonna have to now address the intersecting issue that I have going on here, and we will definitely address that. So the way I'm gonna address it is that I'm gonna get this material, this object. I have it duplicated but linked duplicate. So that means that anything I do to this model affects the rest of the models. You know, like if I make it smaller, the rest of them are smaller. If I make them bigger, the rest of them bigger. To make that not do that anymore, I'm gonna go into the mesh tab. On this particular middle one that's intersecting, right? That's the one intersecting. Yes. And I'm going to click on this little button here. Now this makes it its own mesh, so I can actually make this one bigger or smaller. And I wonder if that's going to affect my my looping. Let's see what that looks like. I'll have to look at it through here to see if it loops well. Let me take off these limits. Oh yeah, that affects it. Oh my god. Alright, so we're gonna have to figure out a different solution here. Alright, so my solution is going to be is I'm going to go choose the face mode. And just make it slightly bigger, maybe? Would that fix my looping issue? You can't tell because of the material thing, but let's see here. Okay, let's hope that works. Alright. So let me see how I'm going to use my toon shader to color this. You can add in the gradient here. And we could change it into some different colors. I hate that it blinks so much. It is so irritating. Oh my god, I hate it. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Oh my god, okay. Alright. We may have to do something here so it doesn't blink. 1 second. Alright, we're gonna leave the volume part off. Okay. I think it's going. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna combine all these guys into one mesh. So it's one continuous gradient. And then realize I probably can't use my toon shader for this in particular because the gradient is messing up the loop. Let's keep messing with this. We're gonna put the gamma down. You fixed it. Yeah, kinda. Mostly fixed. Which part? The flickering? The flickering is happening because it's the volume, right? Like I have a fog. When you do a volume, that's a very computational thing to do on Blender. It's very computation heavy. And it needs a lot of time to figure out all that stuff, right? So if I had put this back on, which gives me the nice red gradient background going into, you know, and fading out my buildings and stuff, then it takes like longer than a second, you know, to like figure out, and it doesn't work well. So I have it off right now so I can, you know, just mess with this front guy. But I do need to have it on so I could match these colors, because these colors change. See how this blue is like dark blue, and I take this off, and it's like a lighter blue. Yeah. So that's the issue. It has to do with I'm doing a lot on my project file, and it's annoying. It's mostly annoying. There's a lot going on in this scene. Yeah, I'm using the fog on Eevee, and like I said, it's like it's very computational heavy, so that is what's happening. So yeah. Alright, so for right now, I'm gonna just copy this building on the left, or the toon shader, so I'm gonna put building FG building .000. Oops, that's not what I want. I want to just do this. Alright, I'm gonna copy it there, and then I'm gonna rotate. It's a little bright, right? 0.2, 0.2. Alright, we're gonna take off the bloom for right now. Bloom's kind of intense. Alright, some things I would like to do is copy all these buildings and have them further back up. So let's copy all these. And then bring them back on the Y. Back here. Make them bigger. So we got them right up in there. We're going to rotate these 180 to make them look a little different. We're going to fix some of these gaps here. Let me make Suzanne the monkey invisible for a second. Just fix some of these gaps. There we go. Okay. So that looks pretty good. All right. Looking awesome. Thank you, thank you. So that's cool. If we bring the monkey back, we got some bright colors. And let's see if I can figure out some of this color stuff. Like, could I... Let's take the monkey gone. Make the monkey go away. I can change the different colors. Alright, it could be like like starburst colors. Oh, let me put this vibrance up. That's good. This adds a little bit of coolness to it to me. Instead of red, it could be like pinkish red or whatever. That's pretty cool. Changing the colors is just fun enough. Looking fun. Alright, we're gonna go back to that pink that I had there. There you go. We have the monkey back. It's pretty good. I think this blue is just what's killing me, so let's go to the blue. And let's figure out if we could change this blue color. Okay, I think this building on the right's a little boring. So let's see if we can make it more interesting by going into the edit and rotating the building on a different way, maybe. And maybe bringing it... let's bring back our lines again. I'm always taking away and bringing back these lines here. Okay. Let's figure out where this building goes. Something like that. There you go. It blinks a lot slower, or faster, I should say. Alright, pretty cool. You can see the monkey pretty clearly. Background fades pretty nicely. The blue color works pretty well. I think we're getting close. We're getting close here. Alright, so let me duplicate this and see if we could try a different color. We're going to try one more different color. If not, we'll move forward with adding some lights and effects and some like extra polish stuff. And then we should be about done. Okay. What if this is blue? We do like a yellow, like a green yellow thing going on here. We can always go back to our original colors. That's why I copied it. Okay. So what is the dot grid above the note editor called? New Gamer 629. What is the dot grid above the note editor? Node editor. I assume is what you're talking about. The dot grid. What do you mean the dot grid? Dot grid? This? This is what you're talking about? This is like snapping, right? So the nose snap. So if you have it on, it will snap to like a grid. So for organization purposes, is that what you're talking about? You may not be talking about that. So all right. If you the blue and red dot area, the blue and red dot area, the blue and red dot area. I'm still not sure what you mean. I don't see any red or blue dots. Above the node editor, maybe? You said node editor. This is the node editor. If you could explain it, be more a little a different description, not more descriptive, but like a different description. I'm not sure what you're asking still. All right, I'm gonna add windows to here, so I'm gonna go into edit mode. There you go. Here's the building. Let me make a new material. I'm gonna make a emissions material, so we're gonna call this emissions. Make it an E. Right, and then we're gonna add in some stuff here. So I'll do cursor selected. We'll do a plane. We'll scale this up. Rotate on the X. Rotate on the Z. Put this out here. Or maybe I should just cut it up. That's what I'm gonna do. Let's go here. I'm going to cut it up. And now that this is cut, what I can do is I can select maybe these two and put an emissions on it. And then do an emissions on this one as well. Except select this, make it smaller. Maybe make this one a little smaller too. No, we'll make this one smaller. Like that. We'll also brighten this up. We'll put back our bloom. Way too bright. Let's take down our bloom. Let's see. Now let's see where else we can add in a light here. We got these buildings right here. Maybe right around here. So right around the middle here, something here. Maybe I can bevel this out a bit. See what that looks like. The image in the middle of the screen where you're editing at where your cursor is the center of the workspace. The normal layout screen. The image in the middle of the screen where you're editing at where your cursor is the center workspace, the normal layout screen. And the smaller picture with the monkey on the far left is the layout. Basically, there are two views of your scene. I was asking what that is called. Okay, so when you're in Blender, what you could do is any of these panels, you can have another window, right? So if I wanted another window on the left side, if you put your mouse right over the corner, you see that your mouse changes into a plus sign or a cursor, whatever, like a cross. You can then click and hold and drag up, and you can make a separate window. So all I did was, I'll reset this, right? So normally like Blender's just like one panel, one scene like this, and then you have your like timeline and stuff. So I usually like to look at what my camera is looking at while I'm working in like the workspace. So then I go to the bottom left, I do the cursor, and I click and drag, and then I make a second window. And then in this window, if I click, I can move around and do whatever I want here. Also go back to camera, and figure out what I'm doing here. And then I can keep this the same. And then usually I like to turn off overlays so there's nothing here, so you can just see it clean. We'll put it on rendered. And then that's what it looks like here. We could change it to like the workspace view. And then anytime I want like an extra window, I like asset browser, I'll click on the bottom left of this one, open it up, and then I'll break up the layout window here. If you ever want to like make these buttons go away, you can right click on the top here somewhere and it'll say header. You'll take off that, and then you can just have this. And then if you ever want to change what a panel is like, if you sometimes you can't see it, it's usually in the top left, but if you can't see it, move your mouse to where it should be, middle click with the mouse wheel and drag, and then you could drag that panel over, and then you can change the panel to whatever you want, right? So I could change it to like my asset browser and look at my materials and stuff, and then I can have it here while keeping these windows. So it's basically like opening up different panels and changing them to what I want and stuff. So you can customize. I would definitely suggest customizing your panels and scene and stuff. But hopefully that answers your question. I think I get it now. Great. I'm glad that answers that. All right, so I'm seeing that my buildings are looping relatively well. But since it loops so quickly, you can see it repeating. Let me put this onto material view. You can see it kind of repeat there. You know what I mean? Like it's just like. I think it works. Maybe I should add more. I'm not sure. Alright, so for the second building, I'm going to add in another material, put the emissions on there, and then I'm going to try, since there's lights on the right side here, I'll make it empty there, and then maybe put lights more around this area. So let's select the object there. And let's see if I can... These buildings are terribly made, so my loop cuts and all this are like terrible. So let's see if I can add in a couple of light panels there. Oh, you can see that one loop pretty clear. All right. I may want to redo these looping buildings. So I may do that. So let me take away these panels. Let me just do this real quick. Let me take the monkey out of the way here. And figure out my situation. Alright, so I'm going to do a couple things here. I'm going to go to the first frame. I'm going to redo this looping stuff. We're going to delete the top one and the second one, and we'll keep that one. And for this one, we're going to delete a lot of this. So let me go to wireframe, hit B, select a lot of this, just get the whole buildings, and I'm going to delete it. Actually, wrong one. So let me get all this. We'll delete these vertices, and we're going to get these, and we're going to delete these vertices. Like this. Nope, we'll keep the top ones. Is it the bottom ones? Gosh darn it, I may just add in some different buildings here. Alright, let me go back to my buildings and fix and redo these buildings. It should be quick. I'm gonna go to my asset browser. We'll do sci-fi buildings. And then we'll see about adding in some different buildings here that look interesting. Ones that have lots of maybe stuff on them. Like these have a lot of stuff on them. These flats, we'll stretch them out maybe. Let's get this one right here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do cursor to selected. We'll bring this guy up. We'll stretch this guy out. We'll line him up. We'll give him the same material as this FG building 00. So let's do that. Let's line this up perfectly to how we had it. Let's make these a little thinner. Here we go. I'm going to get this building and I'm going to delete it, but I'm going to parent it to the same thing here. There we go. I'm going to delete this building. On the left side. So I have, and then just duplicate these flats. And we'll bring them out to the left. Actually, let me duplicate this before I even delete this. So I have it lined up. Shift D. We'll move it. Rotate it. We'll scale it on the Y. Rotate it. Let's see how tall it is. There we go. Then we will erase the old one. So we have two of the same buildings with a little bit more detail and hopefully works a little better. We'll rotate this guy to be interesting. Okay, so that one's good. We'll bring back our camera stuff just so we're lined up here. Yeah, this one's building flats. The material is 2. Okay. Here it is. All right, cool. So we got the buildings going up, which is what we want. But since I want this to loop, but have more interest, and it's also not looping well, I'm going to fix that loop. So we're going to go back. And I think this is the most interesting direction, right? All right, let's open up another panel. We'll go into the shader graph, and we're going to change the lighting on this. Maybe it's more interesting this way. Where's our camera, actually? Okay, there it is. Our camera's over here somewhere. There it is. Okay, there we go. Okay, now I'm gonna rotate this so it's a little bit more interesting. Let's figure if we can find out. Get some crevices in here. There we go. Let's move this here. There we go. And we're gonna make this as tall. So they're both similar. Move this out a little bit, give it some breathing room. Good. Okay, there. We are. Think we have an interesting look here. Now we have to fix the looping, right? And the looping is done with this constraint here. So let's get this deleted. So delete keyframes. Delete all keyframes. Clear keyframes. Okay. Now, this is where we're gonna duplicate multiple times on different directions. All right, so I'm gonna hit Alt D. I'm gonna hit Alt D. I'm gonna hit Z 50. How about 100? How about 1000? How about 5000? $2,000. Okay. Okay, let me grab Z by 2000. I want it to go just above its points here. So let's grab Z 3000. A little too high. How about 3700? Oh no, I'm sorry, 2700. 2700. How about 2600? 2500. Okay, 2500 seems to be, so 2500 is where I want this. Or what am I doing? I could probably do this easier, right? Could I just put an array modifier like a smart person? Oh my god, I've been overcomplicating my life. All right, 2.99. How about 2.97? 2.998. 2.99. 8. 7. 0. 2.89. 2.85. Look how these ridiculous numbers I have to figure out. Okay, 2.85. It looks like that's what I'm trying to do here. And then I can duplicate this a couple times. Let's do like 10. I'm gonna, can I copy this? Alright, let's put an array on this one. Same thing. 0, 2.85. We'll do 6 as well. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pretty tall, right? Alright, and then what I want to do is I'm gonna grab these. Where's my camera? Okay, my camera's right here. Let's grab these guys and bring them down. This is gonna be our frame 0. Maybe like right around here. So what I'm doing is I'm just lining it up so it's perfectly where I need it to be. There we go. So now I have some slack at the top and the bottom. Alright. So then now I'm going to go into the constraints. Oh, let me put this at 0. Hold on. Okay. Alright, so I'm at the constraints. I'm at 0. Putting in a keyframe. And then at 60 frames. So let's go to 60. Excuse me. I'm gonna scroll it. Oh wait, let me remember the spot that I'm at. So let me get real close here. Oops. Oops. Okay. Let me get real close here. We're at frame 0. Let me see some landmarks here. I'm basically just trying to remember this spot again. Alright, so I'm going to remember this spot. I'm pointing at my own screen right now. There we go. I'm going to go to 60. Oh, something's messing me up, and it's the camera. Hold on, let me fix the... Take off the looping with the camera stuff. 1 second. See, this is what sucks sometimes. When you have to redo all this stuff. Okay. Okay, there we go. I'm basically just disabling the camera move. Just so when I now move this, it makes sense. Alright, so I'm going to actually do it all the way to 300. Maybe that'll be good. So it loops kind of like twice. So let's go. Yeah, that's the last one, right? Okay. Alright, let's do an eye on here. Okay. Let's select these. Let's select linear. Let's do modifier cycle. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. Let's see if it loops. No, it does not loop. It's looping at the wrong spot. Alright, so let me go back. The loop starts with kind of like these segments here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's where we want it to end here. Okay, so let's see. Somewhere around here. There it is. This is where it's probably at. Okay. Let me just hit I. Alright, let me see the loop. Wow, I think I lined it up perfectly. Alright, let's see. Yep, there's no jumping or anything. Alright, you can see how it is now looping through these buildings. And I redid it, like I said, because I wanted more room for different types of lighting situations. To put some different lights and some beams and stuff. Okay, now we can go back to our camera. Now we can turn everything back on. Move it forward and stuff. Okay. There we go. Oh, I do see a jump. Hold on. I see it on the right side. It like stutters a bit. Oh, it's so subtle. Let me fix that. Yeah, there it is. There's the stutter. Alright. So, go to the camera. Alright, let's go to 300. And let's fix this. Alright, so right now we see this little corner here. And when we go, it's a lot higher. So let's bring that up to there. Okay, so let's go back one. Oh, I hope this loops. Oh my god, now I'm second guessing this. Alright, I think I fixed it. So 301. Ah, but this one jumps. That's not good. So now the right one is fine, but the left one is not. So I think we're going to do separate both buildings, and they're going to be on their own type of loops. So we did it good for this one. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate the whole thing. Shift D. There we go. Let me make this one not visible for right now. So for this one, what doesn't loop is this is some nitty gritty stuff here, guys. Okay. So the one that doesn't loop is this left one, right? So we're gonna erase this left one. And then make this invisible. And erase this right one. Okay, here we go. Now I'm controlling each individually. Alright, so now I'm at 300, and then 301. Oh. And now we can make this one loop a little better. On its own. So 300. This is where it needs to be. So let's do that. There we go. Now these should loop perfectly. Okay. I think we're good now. Let's bring back the camera. And now we can add in our lights and stuff. What a hassle, guys. Okay, and then the things that we want to do here is I'm going to apply the array modifiers on these, because now I know that they loop perfectly. So I can add stuff along the way to add in some speed stuff. Okay. Now let's look at these. Where's our camera? Let's go to the beginning. All right. Let's start with the left. So I'm going to add in a new material. I already have emissions on here. We're going to fix that emissions later, but now we can start doing something that's a little bit more fun here. We'll make that in emissions. Maybe it's too strong. We'll make it a pink emissions there. Alright, we'll move a little forward. Maybe this side is in emissions. So it goes. Alright, maybe this could be in emissions. Like that. Alright, let me go back for a second. I foresee a problem. And the problem is the looping for this. Okay. Alright, so let's do this. Start over. Let's go on the left building. Let's find it out in the outliner here. And sorry, I'm doing a lot of thinking here. This looping stuff is some of the most tedious, annoying stuff to do. Okay, so the lights have to loop, right? And since I have this not as an array, since I applied the array, right? Um, okay, I unapplied the array now. We're going to keep it as an array. And we're only gonna mess with this building. Okay, so let's do this. Add the emissions. Make it pink. Make it half as bright. Go to face mode. Let's figure out where we're at here. There it is. We're here. Okay. Alright, so if I did something like this. There we go. We're gonna lower this. This. We're gonna come up. We do something like this. Alright, we're gonna move further up to here, I believe. Here. And then we're gonna put this there. Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright, there's that guy. Let me get this. Put in emissions there. Alright. I do want to make this more varied, but due to my time constraints, I may just have to deal with this. I may just have to deal. Okay, so let me go into this mode now. I'll make a new material, emissions. Let's assign emissions there. Let's see what this looks like. I think this needs a couple things to vary it up a little bit more, and then we're gonna have to move on. I'm at 3 hours, and we're just gonna have to move forward. As much as I feel like I have so much left to do. Okay. Don't know if this matters. Maybe these should just be on the same plane here. Just so they're moving at the same rate. So we do that. Okay, let's put back the fog stuff, or what the render looks like. Let's see. And then bring back the monkey. I like to make the silhouette. Maybe I should just make this black. So we'll do black. We'll make it in emissions, and we'll just make it black. We'll make it so we cannot see the armature there. We can't select it either. There we go. Maybe it just works better as like a silhouette shadow. Alright, and then since we're looping, let's see if we can, let's go back to this mode so I can see this a little better. Maybe we'll do like a soft rotation, right? That goes all the way through, like maybe through the whole 10 seconds, right? So like, let's go here, let's go to item. We're going to be rotating on the, whoa. We're going to be rotating on the Z. Right, so we'll start off here. We'll do single keyframe. And then what we'll do it like, well, first what I'll do is, could I apply rotation on this? Okay, cool. So we're going to delete this keyframe, apply rotation, and then do it. Okay, so now let's start her off kind of at an angle here. Like maybe like this. Okay, we'll apply rotation for this. Rotation. Now we'll hit I. Now it'll be easier to like calculate this. And at the end, we'll do 360 times 5? 5 rotations? Is that a lot? Let's see. Maybe that's too much. Okay, that is way too much. We should also set it to linear, and we should probably do it twice. So 360 times 2. There it is. Single keyframe. Okay, right now only the camera is moving. So what if... Alright, let's center this up just a little off right there. Starting from here, there we go. Okay. I think I'm going to be a little ambitious here. Okay. I think I'm going to be a little ambitious here. There's a couple things I want to do here. Number one, let's... Don't like these hanging ribbons. I'm going to delete them. We're just going to delete that. Just the bow. Cleans up the silhouette a little better. Maybe I'll take away the bow as well. Yeah. There we go. Clean up her silhouette a little bit. You know, she's rotating down or whatever. I think, like I said, maybe I'm a little ambitious here. Can I make a looping cloth simulation? Let me think. Can I do that? Do I have time? I'm at 3 hours. I think overall it's almost there. Just missing something cool for her, I think. Alright, let's try it. Let's try it. Let's try it, and if not, we'll have to call it, but it would be cool, right? Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold shift, right click right on the middle of her back, puts a 3D cursor there. I'm going to make a plane there. And we're just going to line this up here. Rotate on the X, rotate on the Z, something like that. On the Y. Do something like this. I'm going to subdivide it by a bunch, maybe like 200, maybe 100. Oh, it is 100, maybe 50. Doesn't have to be perfect. I'm gonna scale this up. Well, I gotta go. Great streaming. We'll catch you Tuesday. See you Tuesday. Okay. All right, let's make this a little bigger. A little bigger like this. I'm doing it this way because I want perfect squares. But I need this to be rectangular, so this is the way I like to do it. This is how I make a ribbon, so to speak. Maybe there. We'll do faces. Alright. I'm going to go here and select these points in the middle. I'm going to take Control G and we're going to assign it to a new group. That group is called Pin. Alright, so that's good there. Now the next thing I want to do is add a simulation. We're gonna do cloth. We're gonna make it silk. Put those settings for silk there. We're gonna go and we're gonna see it kind of like bunches up. Alright, we're gonna put the cache to 600. What's interesting, it's not falling. just kind of bundles up there, huh? So we'll hit shade smooth. Does this just not have gravity? Yeah, gravity's here. It's just falling at a small pace? I wonder what the logic is there. Stuff is not making sense sometimes. Like, we're not upside down, right? Okay, cool. All right, in that place, I'm gonna add in a force field. We're gonna put wind. I want to be able to see it here, so I'm bringing it down. And we're gonna put the strength to like 20. It's obviously flying away now. Wow, look at that glitch. Wow. 10? Anyway, we forgot to put in something here for the cloth, which is the pinning. Where's the pins? Collision. We'll do self-collision. There's a pinning here somewhere, isn't there? Properties, blah, blah, blah. Angular, stiffness, dampening, internal springs. Shape. Pin group. Here it is. Pins. What is dynamic mesh? Make simulation respect to formations in the base mesh. Okay. Doesn't have any. Quality, collision. Alright, let's see what this looks like now. Alright, let's see if in the wind... How about in the simulation, can we make it so it doesn't affect... Gravity doesn't affect it? Doesn't even matter. It just looks like it's stretching from that point. How do I make it flappy? So let's make it flappy. Because it just stiffens up. It's so weird. What if we put this to... Instead of silk, we put like denim. Alright. Or what about leather? It's bouncy the way that I think it should be. Cotton? Let's do cotton. Okay, so for this wind, let's put some stuff here. Let's put some noise. Look at that crap break. It's insane. Is it because it's so strong? Like, what's happening? See, this is why I hate messing with simulations. It's just the most annoying thing to do. Particularly in Blender, not in like other programs. Just Blender's causing me issues that I don't think it should give me. God dang it. Alright, let me change this into turbulence. And also let me apply some things. Maybe these scales are all off. Let's apply everything. Apply all transformations. Like, see what is happening. What if instead of cloth we do soft body? Okay. What if instead of soft body we do cloth again? Okay. See, like, this crap just disappears. It's like it doesn't know what to do. I thought I could do something cool here. I obviously thought wrong. Okay, so this is at least acting the way that I think it should. It's falling down. I think it's because my scales are all wrong. This thing is 408 meters long. You know what I mean? Like, this is what happens when you mess up your scales. Next stream, I'm gonna make sure my scales are correct. I think this is what's causing most of my issues for most of my things here, and it's like super frustrating. Okay, so let's see if we can salvage this. Okay, at least it's falling in a way that's cape-like. So that's good. Let me add a turbulence. Let's see if this does anything for me. Okay, we're getting some turbulence here, like I wanted. I'm going to duplicate this turbulence, change it to wind. Okay, it's acting a little better. So I think I'm going to turn off turbulence and I put the wind down to 10. All right, this is acting a little better. All right, I'm going to do big turbulence. I'm going to put 50. It's kind of extreme turbulence. We'll put 20. Okay, we're getting somewhere. It looks so crazy. We'll do the wind. We'll do 50. Let's move where this simulation is happening. Let's get a little closer. right up on there. And I think I'm gonna give this visibility so it's always on top. Can I do that? Will that transfer over to the render? Maybe it won't. Alright, so let's change this name to wind. And put the wind to 100. Alright. Alright, at least this is sticking on. If I put the turbulence up to 1000, it's much more intense. We'll do 500. We'll keep it at 500. Put it at 0. Just be straight, right? Yeah. Let's do 500. Alright. Let's put this in material view real quick. Aren't the buildings going the wrong way? Oh no, you're right. They are going the wrong way. Good catch. I'll fix that right now. Oh my god. I'm so caught up with what these buildings are doing. Okay, so luckily we could fix this pretty easily. This is at 300. Thank you so much, Joe, randomness Joe. Alright, so we're gonna flip these pretty easily. I thought it seemed a little weird. You're welcome. Yeah, it was weird. Alright, so this one starts at 0. So put this at 300. Put this one at 0. And then this one goes at 300. There we go. Now it looks super weird. Alright, and then now they're both going in a weird direction. Alright, so let's move this to 300 and then this to 0. Okay, thank you for that. I think it's fixed now. Let's see what it looks like. There we go. Good stuff. What's weird is now this is messing up. Alright, let's see if we can fix this by delete everything. Oh man, what is happening? Let's see if it calculates correctly. Alright. Alright, cool. It does calculate correctly. Let me delete the bake. Don't need that. And what I want to change is the turbulence. Let's put the size up to 50. See what that looks like. Cool. Let's also give this self-collision. Does it have self-collision? Slows down, obviously. Flaps around a lot more. Alright. Let's also change the size. Let's see. And maybe give it some thickness. Let's see if that's going to cause any issues for us. Alright, and then we're also going to calculate beforehand. Can we do start simulation at 100? Or negative 100, sorry, negative 100. Okay, and then we'll call this cape. And can we parent this to the characters mesh? Let's see if that's possible. Who's excited for Obi-Wan Kenobi series tomorrow? I want to see it. Hopefully it's good. Are you excited? Very much so. Good. Good, good, good. Yeah, I'm excited to see how they're gonna interweave everything. See if they do it well. See some lightsabers. The sabers of light. Alright, there is a modifier in here that I'm going to be using. It's called... Is it mesh sequence data? So I have to find an ABC file. And then with that, I can loop this perfectly. I would hope. I think I've done this once before. It's not mesh cache, is it? Influence the form. The timer mapping. Axis. Okay. Cool. So let's get this simulation. Let's see if I could do it. Hopefully everything goes perfect, huh? Hopefully absolutely everything goes perfect. Okay, so first thing I'm gonna do is go to the cape, and I'm going to bake this. So let's go to the beginning, hit bake. I gave it 100 frames to bake extra. And then it starts here. So we'll let this bake and cross our fingers that it works. What are you expecting out of the series, Obi-Wan Ferd? What are you excited about? While this thing bakes. It's bacon is bacon is bacon bacon. Bacon, 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 bacon bits. Alright, let's see what this bake looks like. Pretty cool. If we rotate the character, does... Oh, it does not. What? Well, he's a very important character who's influenced 3 generations of Skywalkers. Could be his errors and judgment are what caused Anakin to fall into the dark side and how he deals with that guilt. Yes. That does sound pretty intriguing. Alright, what I'm going to do is now I'm going to select that the cape. I'm going to hit export ABC file of selected object only from frames 100 to 600, scale 1, that's all good. Frame max, apply subdivide, use schema triangulate, export hair particles, great. Okay. We got the flying ABC file. The alembic file is what I'm exporting. So let's export the alembic. Here. It has been exported. Now, I'm going to duplicate this cape. And I'm going to take off the cloth sim. I'm going to make the first cape invisible. So now this is just a normal cape. And I think there's a modifier that I can use called Mesh Sequence Cache. And then I'll look for the ABC file right here. And that was supposed to make it work. Sequence. The active procedural velocity. Alright, I wonder if it didn't work because it's like a simulation. So let me erase this cape. Can I duplicate this cape? Can I make this one invisible? Would this still work? Oh, but it's not baked on itself. I'm going to save this file. You know, I'm just going to take a risk. I'm going to go to my original baked object. This one's all baked. I'm going to go to object. See if I remember correctly. Rigid body. Animation. Bake action. So it's gonna bake all my actions, selected bones, constraints. Okay, I think this gives me all the keyframes I need. Can I erase this now? I don't think this is how it works. Actually, hold on. Nope, it's not how it works. Okay, I'm trying to bake. I forgot how to bake a simulation. And I know it's in here somewhere. Constraints. Do I have to hit bake here? Bake action. Bake mesh. Oh, I got fluids here. Oh, bake off physics. Here it is. I don't know where that is, but we're gonna bake off physics. Nope, maybe that's not it. Object. Convert? If I convert the mesh. If I convert the mesh, it's just gonna stay still. Man, I'm trying to remember. Bake. Rigid body, is it under here? I know it's somewhere. Rigid body world. Let's try this again. I'm gonna do file export ABC. Selected object. Start N 600. Da da da. Settings. Render. Object. UVs. Object vertex normals. Okay. Object sets. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Maybe it's in the dope sheet. Let's see. No. Hold on. I gotta Google this. How do I apply simulation in Blender? Hold on. Apply cloth simulation. Blender. Go to the frame where the object you're looking for, blah blah blah. Alright, Googling, apply. Is it this? Apply a shape key, save a shape key. No, that's not it. Ah, quite the struggle here. Let's see. I know I've done it before. I know it's a button. Hmm. Let's see. Is it export? Is it something else? I think it's ABC. Alright, we're just gonna look for that button a little longer. Because I know I've done it before. Object. Apply visual transforms. Object apply. Bake all dynamics. Oh my goodness. I'm just trying to do this one thing. I'm overly ambitious as always. Okay, let's think. Let's think. Objects. Animation. All right. I'm rebaking. I remember. So the way I used to do it is I would export like it was an Alembic file that had the animation on it, and I would have swore it had the dynamic stuff on it, but I guess it didn't. Maybe it was like particles. We'll find out now. If not, we'll have to fake it, and that's fine. I'll fake it outside. It just won't happen here. Okay. Is there any way else? Any other way I can save it? Okay, let's see. I'm gonna look into my drive and see if I have any caches here. Alright, I do. There's a cache that's saved in there. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna try exporting an ABC file. We'll do it there. 600 geometry 1. Selected objects. We'll do everything. Right, because if I import an ABC file, what does this look like? Oh, that's all I have to do. I have to just import it. Duh. Because then that brings its own mesh sequence. Great. Okay, I think I got it. Alright, so I'm going to bring in... I brought it in finally. Finally figured it out. We'll have cape backup here. That has the saved simulation, but I have an import here of a not so great cape. It doesn't matter. It's gonna look fine once we color it up. And now that we imported the cape, it has a modifier. I don't have to put it myself. It just does it by itself by placing it at all here. Now I can figure out how to loop this using this modifier. Let's see. Okay. We go to the action editor. Procedural. Ah, man, it is mesh cache because I think it's the influence here that I want to be doing. Time remapping. I think I might give up on this. Thought I had it. How does one export an MDD file? Give me one. I'm gonna Google that and then we're gonna give up. Blender export MDD. Lightweight point cache. Let's see. Export. Okay, maybe it's an add-on. Let me make sure. All right, here it is, MDD. Let me erase this real quick. Let me bring back our original cape. Oh, but the cache is gone? What's happening? All right, let's get that. Let's export. Export, 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 export. And MDD, lightweight point cache. We'll go here. There's the MDD. Export. Okay. Okay. I think I freaking got it. Okay. All right. Oh my goodness. There you go. All right. Overwrite. $300. I think I'm getting it. Five. Mesh cache. Some boring stuff here, I know. I know. MD. Point 0.5 maybe. $300. Mesh modifier. Boom. This. So between, let's say, 280. We're going to put a keyframe there and a keyframe here. And then by 320, we're going to do this one low and then this one high. And we're going to do those. Alright, I think I got this correct. I just gotta get some numbers correct here, and then we should be hopefully good to go. Okay. Alright. I'm already 4 hours in and I spent way too much time on this. We're just gonna have to deal. Oh, okay. We'll finish this bake. We'll save. Preferences, add-ons, MDD. Great. Save. Click on the cape. Export MDD. Flying MDD. Start at frame 1. 60 frames per second, 600. We'll call this V2. I gotta go. I enjoy the stream. Take care, Randomness Joe. Thanks for the help. Have a good one. Take care. Thanks for hanging. Alright, V1. We've exported that. We will duplicate this cape. We will take off the cloth simulation from it. We will add in a modifier, hit the mesh. Find V2 or V1, I think I put it as. It's working in the way that I think it should. Good. I'm going to add another modifier. It's not data transfer, right? Okay, cool. And it's not... It's definitely mesh sequence cache. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think I'm doing the right thing. Mesh cache. Okay, this just start at 300. Right here. Frame start, not 300. Frame scale. Evaluation time in seconds. So this just frame starts, man. what a... Maybe I shouldn't have spent so much time on it, but I did it. I got it to loop. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can now make this cape interesting looking after all that malarkey work. After all that work to make the thing loop, I'll never forget it now. Andrew Sharp. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Let's see if I can fix some of this background stuff. We could switch the colors for the eyes, and that'll be more interesting. Let's see. All right, let's see. Hue. Maybe I can make the background blue. Can I make that blue? Is that possible? Need to copy some of these buildings to the left. I just want to finish already now. Here's what gives pretty fun name. Just wondered about the origin of the name. So originally when I started this channel, I was already a 3D artist, and I wanted to learn how to use the grease pencil. So I thought my channel was going to be more grease pencil oriented. And the monkey comes with it's Suzanne, the one that's floating. And her name is Suzanne, and she's a monkey. So I thought like grease pencil, grease monkey. Grease monkey is also like somebody who like works on machinery or mechanics or cars or stuff like that. So somebody who tinkers. So it's like I'm tinkering in Blender. So grease monkey came from that, from the grease pencil idea, but also knowing that it applies to like tinkerers as well. right on. That is pretty smart. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I thought it was too. Let's try some different colors here. I mean, I do end up leaning towards this red. You know. Maybe these should be blue instead. Wait till the stream, Sally, but the art is looking fabulous as usual. Nice work. Thank you, Inar. Yeah, I'm about done. I've been here too long. It took me like forever to figure out how to loop the simulation for the cloth, but I figured it out. And I basically just want to finish now. I'm not super stoked about the colors because they're the same as a lot like last stream, which is fine. But they work. You know, they're they're working for what I need it to work for. So that's fine. Um, I'm just tweaking some final settings here. But thank you, thank you. Just gotta, just want to finish this up real quick as soon as I can now. Do you ever composite in After Effects or do you use Blender mostly? I use Blender mostly. I am pretty good with After Effects. After I do like a 4-hour stream or something, I don't want to do too much in After Effects. But yeah, I definitely use After Effects to like polish up some stuff. Um, but there's not much that I do outside of After Effects. The renders come out pretty close to how I want them. It's basically just some value tweaking and stuff from when I do it. Cool, thanks. The nodes you're using look pretty complex. Just like anything, the complexity comes from doing a lot of little things at once. You know, you're not so. It's not like I did every single thing all at once. It's all little by little, piece by piece. You build it up. You know what I mean? Like, if you were to count how many, steps you took to the grocery store, and then so it's like, oh yeah, it's like 10,000 steps to go to the grocery store. And you're like, damn, that's a lot of counting. I've never counted to 1,000 in my whole entire life. You know what I mean? And it seems like a lot, but really, yeah. So like I said, it's a lot of little things that you build up to it. There's a lot of small things that you understand. All right, let me render one of these. Let's see what this looks like. All right, let's see if we make the background. You know what? I ended up not liking. We're just gonna go back to red. I'm done. We're just gonna call it. We're just gonna call it. We're gonna make them red. 0.5, 1, 1. We'll just lower this so it's not so bright. 0.2. It loops. Beautiful. Okay. Woo! I think I'm done. My butt hurts. I've been here for 4 hours. Almost 5 hours. Jesus. Let me change his eyes back. There you go. Alright. Alright, I think I'm done. This is the stream. Thank you guys for joining me on this stream. Everybody, Andrew, thank you for hanging and being here, watching. Random Joe, thank you for being here. They're probably gone. Enar, thank you for coming by. Evelyn, thank you. The New Gamer 629, thank you. Katora, Ferd. And I think that's everyone. A New Gamer. Thank everybody for joining me. This is it. I'm gonna post this on my Instagram. And I will post it. I will post it on the Instagram with the whole video render. So thank you guys for joining me. I appreciate all of you. Take care, and I'll see you on Tuesday. I do this Tuesdays and Thursdays. Take care.